Okay, so yeah, the the color is at least already a template here. I don't really like the name direction here. Really, I don't like it. Direction is way too unclear. This means children or parents, but now north, east, south, west also directions on the board. I'm gonna discuss this with an AI. How do you write that? Preceding. think that's it. Let's switch the enum to relation and then. So I have a neighbor. Yep, so percentage substitute neighbor relation. Substitute relation direction with relation direction. This is a direction. Hey, fat man, you're back, man. Long time no see. Yeah, I'm okay. Just as long as I can code, I'm happy. This needs no explanation. It's just used for printing the board. Yeah. A script would not be my choice, but having a job beats having no job. Maybe you can study C++ in your free time or during the boss time. Get better at that, and then maybe at some point solicitate for another job. Or are you happy at the current job? Right, back at generate king moves. I've been thinking about this. There's two approaches here. Either I can try to only generate legal positions, that is, not output anything that is illegal, aka two kings next to each other. I won't go off the board, that's for sure already. But can black put itself in check, and or can the kings be put next to each other or not? In terms of speed, it is of course a lot faster to generate just all the moves, irrespective of if it's illegal. And then I would have to do for each 8 of the generated moves a single memory lookup, because I already classified all positions. So we have many gigabytes table, but that's partially for the king, partially loaded into memory. And so it's just a lookup of 2 bytes in a table of several gigabytes. I'm gonna assume that we have non-stop misses there, so it would be we would need to have we would have to read, well, yeah, maybe 3 cache lines. I mean, the things next to each other are of course in the same cache line more or less, so 3 or 4 cache lines probably, all the way from the actual memory. Is that slower than locally burning CPU time? I mean, CPU is super fast, of course, super fast. So I have an unsigned int, So 32 bits with the position. The board is just a wrapper around an unsigned int of 32 bits. That defines the whole position. And I do not have to touch even the cache, let alone the actual RAM, to figure out if a move is illegal. So should I read 3 times from memory to figure out if it is illegal, or should we write more complex code that burns CPU clocks instead, which might be a lot faster than accessing memory? How many clock cycles does it take to read from memory? I actually have no idea. Let's get an idea here. Over 100 clock cycles. Reading 1 byte from non-cache memory can take up 50 CPU cycles. Okay, so that's more or less what you're talking about. And then I have to do 3 or 4 like that. So we're in the 150 or 200 clock cycles. Can I, in less than 100 clock cycles, figure out if a position is illegal? And that's for all 8, right? I mean, that I have to do it for all 8. So that would be 200 divided by 8 is 25 clock cycles. So can I not calculate? Yeah. So I have roughly 25 clock cycles to determine if one given new position is illegal or not. It's not super easy, but if we avoid a loop, then I wouldn't see why not. Fatman, we only have 2 kings and 1 rook. So I need to store 6 coordinates. If it was a normal chessboard, like 8 by 8, then we need 3 bits per coordinate. So that would take 18 bit for the whole position. Maybe it's more than 32 if I make it larger than... I was thinking about using, let's say, 64 by 64 at some point. A board. 64 is 2, 4, 8, 16, 30. That's 6 bit already. That's 12 times 3. That's 24 bits. Yeah, I can't make it much larger because it's still being used as an index. So 2 to the power 24 is already... Oh, it's still nothing, man. That's 16 million. I can't do 32 bits, right? I mean, if you use 32 bits as an index in an array, that's 4 gigabytes. Yeah, that's 4 gigabytes. Okay, and I am only storing 2 bytes in the array, so that's 8 gigabyte. Yeah, that's totally doable also. I think I'm currently going to store, I mean, I'll use the position itself doesn't exist. It's just the index. So it is an address, but it is an index into an array. And the array itself only stores what do I have? 2 such arrays, sorry. So the board is an index, and then depending on who is to move for that board position, you have to look up in one array or in another array. So we have 2 arrays, one for white to move and the other one is for black to move. And then the content of the array itself stores an info object. Which stores a classification, the number of moves it takes to reach mates from that position. The number of child positions and a temporary thing that's necessary to build a graph. See, the classification is 1 byte, I think. Holy moly, that's 8 bytes like this. Oh, wait a minute, this version 1. Version 2. Bits type. Yeah, that's gonna be just one byte. 1 byte? Let me see. Bits. What is the classification is storing what? This is only the classification, so this only stores this. Yeah, so we have yeah, I need 5 bits. I mean, it's gonna fit in a byte anyway, so I don't really care that it's not compressed. You can compress this, right? I mean, it's legal or not, and only if it is legal, then the rest matters. So 2 to the power 5 is probably not all the possibilities there. Also, every stalemate is a draw. Every mate is not a draw. Stuff like that. Every mate is check. But okay, I just use 5 bits here. So that's 1 byte then for the classification. And the ply type is the maximum degree, where the degree comes from graph theory and means the number of edges that we have. I think. Yeah, to the number of edges, aka the number of children or parents, or children in this case. Which is, of course, always very few, except for all the rook moves. Because if the board becomes seriously big, then, yeah, the number of children just gets linearly bigger as well, because the rook moves come as much as the width plus the height of the board-ish. So with 64 by 64 board, we would have roughly 128 rook moves already. and then plus the king. So the degree type is also going to be 1 byte. So this is 1 byte, this is 1 byte, this is 1 byte. And then the number of moves that something is made, that is going to be roughly 2 times the width of the board plus, I'm not sure, maybe 2 times or 4 times the height or something like that. So it feels like maybe if the square board is always the worst, so maybe 6 times. So that would be 6 times 64 in that case. That is more than 1 byte, unfortunately. Dang, man. Otherwise this would have been 4 byte. So yeah, let's say I'm gonna move this one down, although no, I probably should move it up. So let's say this one might be 2 bytes, this is 1 byte and 1 byte, and then that fits. But then this one is again 1 byte, and then we have one byte spacing, because the whole thing must be aligned to 2 bytes if this one is 2 bytes. So 2 plus 2 plus 2 is 6 bytes for the info. Unfortunate, right? That feels unfortunate. Feels like I should be able to squeeze this into 4 bytes. But yeah, on the other hand, it should work as well, I think, for even larger than 64. Board of, say, I mean, I'm not dreaming about larger than a board larger than 256 by 256. That's really ridiculous to want to go even larger. How large would this be then? Yeah, I don't know. I'm too lazy to calculate it. Anyway, the question is thus: are we going to look this up or not? How easy is it to calculate it every time if a position is legal or not? I think my legal test function is pretty damn complex, actually. I already have it, don't I? But now I must test several positions at once, so maybe it can be optimized a little bit. I mean, correlated positions. You could do a quick check if the white rook is crossing near the black king, or go through the black king, and then figure out if that is horizontal or vertical, and then which of the 3 lines, and then take those out, so you're not putting yourself in check. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 possibilities, which can be calculated, I think, or easily. Yeah, and then the enemy king. That's even more more difficult. Well, you have well, you can look at the difference between the x coordinates of the kings and the y coordinates of the kings, and then any distance larger than 2 fall in one category. So you have 0, 1, and 2 or larger, and that both for x and y. So I probably just should make an ASCII art thingy here. In the end, it is okay. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think at most 5 per thing. So that 4 is not enough. Let's make it 3 by 3. Let's make some ASCII art here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 plus 1, 2, 3, and then we need that's only one line. Wait a minute, I got 3. I need 2 lines. So let's make it square. Ish. I have to add another minus here. Hopefully this is large enough. It's still not square. Not really. Is that better square? It is better square. Okay, another one. Yeah, we have the 3 like that, or 3 like that, or 3 like that. I need 2 more here. Plus 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I just need to make a board of 5 by 5 here. So there's a king in the middle here. The king is over here. Maybe I want to be able to put the king in really in the middle. Why not make it even larger? I'm gonna make it larger. We have the room. It fits on my screen still. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's odd. So we have something in the middle now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4. I need 3 more. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Our king is here. And now the enemy king can be here, or here, or here. It cannot be here. I'm gonna use K. Let's make this a K. KL. Okay, L M N O and P. That's all the positions. So the other king can be. If it is not, the other king cannot be here. Can definitely not be here. If it is not on one of these, then we can just generate all 8 positions. So when I would need a table for just these things, these positions, which then directly tells me that we can't go to certain places, which then would be, obviously, well, we can't go here if it is A or B or C or F or H. Well, this is only B, C, D. And then this is again C, D, E, G, or I. That's very, very doable. So this depends on the difference of the x-coordinates and the difference of the y-coordinates, which is ranging from -2 or less to +2, but it could be wrapping around, so -2 and 2 can be the same thing, aka out of view. I'm trying to minimize this in terms of bits, so it's either out of view, distance 0, distance +1, or distance -1. That is 4 possibilities. And then for each direction, that is 4 times 4 is 16 possibilities. More or less, to begin with. And then for a single direction, we have the following table. Let's start calculating. Calculate the difference between the x coordinates of the 2 kings You probably just need to get all the coordinates. I'll be right back. Sorry. I feel like I should have two microphones for stereo effect. It would cost a lot of money, however, because Rode microphone, and then I need a second microphone amplifier as well, which was also quite expensive. Thing's empty. Okay. A square is 2 inches. Ridiculously large, but I mean, of course, one coordinate easily fits in. Easily it fits in 1 byte. Definitely in 2 bytes. Just 1 byte. No, 2 bytes. This is 4 bytes. But I'll leave it this. So a tuple of 3 squares, yeah, that should be just 6 coordinates, 6 ints. And I'm trusting the compiler to treat that almost like a single array. How's the conversion going? Black king returns black king square. King square, that's nothing, right? I just have to go back to the square. A square can be constructed from a black king square. Yeah, so that is going to call x and y coordinates separately, which I was about to do. I should just call abbreviations instead of doing this. It would be nice to just know how many clock cycles this one line takes, but that would be a waste of my time, I think. Okay, it depends on which color this is. I want it to be the current. Let's say calculate the difference between the x coordinates of the two kings as the other king minus the king that is to move. Let's also use an array. Might come in handy. To like a square, this stores stuff in a standard array int of 2. I'm gonna call this xy delta. And I can fill that with let's do it like this. Just on initialize array if const expression to move equals black, else, and then we fill it in here. So this must be the white king x minus the black king x, comma, and then the y coordinate, so the same thing but then the y coordinate. Oh. Okay. Same thing, y coordinates. Our x and y are defined in namespace coordinates. This x is just 0 and y is 1. So there's a super hard-coded position in the array. In the array that we have here, aka something on the stack, and the compiler will just compile that into an address on the stack in the single assembly instruction mnemonic thing. How do you call that? You know, stack pointer plus hard-coded offset for each. And these two subtractions can be done in parallel, so that's gonna like be one clock cycle. This one line. However, we need to be able to detect A, B, C, D, etc. Or do we? I mean, these three means that the x coordinate is -1, the difference. Sorry, I'm subtracting the current one. So this is +1. I'm subtracting this, which is larger. Yeah, so these are -1. Place x. Dx is -1. Well, that holds for the whole column, obviously. Come on, there must be some smart way to detect. I think in the end I'm going to have to... you can't go diagonally, actually. Oh, that is a bit difficult as well. Well, I can visit this. I mean, I have a function that can only increment or decrement a single field, aka coordinate. So we can go up or down or left or right. And the most efficient way is then if to reach the diagonal one is to first go up and then do that there, or first go there and then go up. So maybe I should do all of them, because well, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe, I mean, if, say, the enemy king is here, so we can't go that way, then I should basically never try even to subtract anything. Maybe. Or if the rook is covering this whole column here. Maybe I'm exaggerating then with the optimization. I could just always subtract to this side and then decide if we go up or down depending on if this thing is reachable or not. So even if this is not reachable, still calculate this position with the king here and then detect if it is illegal or not, if it is next to the king. What means that the king is there, there, or there, of course. And then same thing for this. And it is now possible that this is illegal while that one is legal. For example, if that king is here, then I would go here, and then we would see that this square itself is not allowed because the king is here, so we don't store it. But I can still go to that side and then store that. So we do 2 steps then and store this. And that would be still pretty optimal because I have to do 2 steps anyway to reach that point. The point being that it's going to be different code. We will not have any loops. It is really specific. Every square is a different piece of code because we work with hard-coded offsets and bit masks and everything. It has to be hard-coded, differently hard-coded. So there is a piece of code where we are here, and then I have to check whether or not the enemy king is there, or there. It feels like having some kind of bitmap is the easiest. We can the whole outside here in an unsigned int. Well, it fits even in 2 bytes, but yeah, that won't speed anything up. And I just set the bit for wherever the king is. Then I can test it with a mask, and then I know if the king is in reach there or not. So that would be a single clock cycle then every time for a register that doesn't change value against a hard-coded mask. Those DJs never learn. I pay for DIFM, and they non-stop have paid DJs, and I click away in 3 or 2 seconds because they start with talking. I'm talking all the time, but hey, I'm not playing music. You can just turn my voice off if you want. I'm just kidding. Yeah, well, actually, you can do that. But no, I just want to listen to music and DJ. Play the music, man. Don't talk. So how many bits is this? 16? Oh, this is neatly 16 bits. You can't say no against that. So now I have to convert the difference to a single bit. That I don't want to do a table lookup, I think. I mean, I'm avoiding 3 free memory reads with all of this. Well, uncached memory reads, 200 clock cycles worth of memory reading. So table lookup doesn't sound like the best idea here. Man, oh man. Could put the table in on the stack. Or is that? Am I now talking nonsense? It sounds like nonsense. It is one cache line, 32 bytes. I have the feeling that the best thing is to extend this direction to from 5 to 8. Then we have 8 by 8, which still fits in a single register. That is 64 bits. Okay, this is not going to help anymore, I think. It's even confusing now. It's actually -2. Oops. I wrote -1. Int. A little bit on my screen. Sorry, I needed to be on my screen. I F question mark question mark question mark G A B C D E. Those are 64. Well, 1 2 3, and I've got a few 1 2 3s. This is 1 byte. Let me just put it like this. J 1 2 3 K 1 2 3. Whoops. H 1 2 3 I 1 2 3. F 1 2 3 G 1 2 3. A B C D. Yep, that's more like it. And then I guess the rest. That should be. That is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Yeah, the Saiful Gangteng is, I don't know. I never got my finger behind it. The reward on the reward, yeah. So first byte and so on. Wait a minute. This must be the least significant bit. Ugh, I have to get inverted. No. E D C B A. 1 2 3 G 1 2 3 F 1 2 3 I 1 2 3 H 1 2 3 K 1 2 3 J 1 2 3 P O N M L. One byte is like that. 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 bytes. I'll just do all of them. A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P. M N O P J K H I F, G, replace A, replace B, replace C, replace D, and replace E. And then I should have made all of these zeros to begin with, otherwise I keep deleting it. Oh, what happened? Yanked. No. Delete. Yank this. The M is here, and then N, O, P. And then we get 1, 2, 3 question marks and the J. And then we get 1, 2, 3 question marks and the K. I'm doing this wrong. Yep. I'm doing it in binary. This is an hex. I wish you could type stuff in binary, seriously. I keep forgetting if that's possible. It used to be not possible, I'm very sure of that, but maybe now you can do 0B or something and then have it in binary. Try to look that up. C++ and N. Literal, I guess, in binary. Literal something. 10 years ago. 16 years ago. 0B. Binary literals are part of the C++ language since C++ 14. The literals start with 0B or 0 capital D. Awesome. Can also do it like this. No, I don't. This, I don't feel like this gives you exact control over which bits are being used, which is important in this case, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Okay, so substitute X with B. Oh, wait a minute, that's not what I wanted. Substitute 0x with 0b. And then I need 64 of these things. So currently we have 16. So yeah, make it a lot more. Let's say I just set that one. This is 16. I think I'll make my font larger again. Because I don't need to see that anymore. Oh. Yeah, that is fitting. Well, the L is there, and the M is there, the N is there, and the O, P, J K H I F 2 3 G 2 3 on down the A B oops B C D and the E. And I'm just gonna delete all of this, I think. Why would I make this static? I think it doesn't really matter. If it is a const expression, it's a const expression. Compiler shouldn't put it anywhere. Should not put it on the stack, right? Should it? I don't know. I'll keep the static. I keep the static because I'm afraid I'm an idiot. Const expression came too late, and I was still a teenager. I would like master this and just know where it is, or if that it's not on the stack. And now I feel like, yeah, but before const expression, I mean, if you delete const expression and the static, then it's on the stack, right? So then you need the static to remove it from the stack. and now suddenly I can do it just const expression. I mean, it feels like const. I'm not even sure. If you replace static const expression with just making it const, I'm pretty sure it's still on the stack then. Or not. I think that the correct line of thought here is the compiler is God. The compiler does not make mistakes. And then the most logical thing to do is put nothing on the stack, because come on, why would you? So I feel is talking a lot about his bank account. That's for sure. In general, about money. Does this need more explanation, this line here, or not? Probably. Okay, construct an U-N64 bit mask with a single bit set if and only if the enemy king is on one of the squares A through P. Encoded as an 8 by 8 square as follows, and then I can do the 8 by 8 square, And then we have the least significant bit here. But then I have to reverse it again. Do I do this at the bottom? So now the least significant bit is here. So let's put the higher significant bits on top of it. Sorry, that is 5 plus 3. I'll use an abbreviation here. LSB. Everyone should know what that is. Least significant bit. And then this is the most significant bit. I need an 8 by 8 though. Okay, I'm going to use the most significant bit. So this is 8 like that, and to make it 8, and we need a lot of question marks here. So let's just put zeros there. Question mark, who cares? In the end they are zeros, yeah, so substitute question mark with, does that highlight const expression, or is that with a 0? Well, okay. Mr. Saiful. If you talk like that, it gives me a strong feeling that you cannot follow what I'm doing. I mean, you're balancing my IQ. I think this is quite... Yeah, if you put these 8 now on one line, then you get literally this string. So that explains it, right? Because this is just this square here, but then mirrored or something like that. Mirrored in the horizontally or vertically, mirrored in a vertical line. Now everyone should be able to follow this. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. Yep. What can we do next? Next we do the following. Let me think. Next I need to create a mask, yeah. I think I already wrote that somewhere. Calculate the difference, yeah. In code that is a delta. Construct an uint type bit mask with a single bit set if and only if the enemy key is on one of the blah blah blah, and code as follows. Yep. We're going to do that. So construct this. And that is the enemy king position, basically. We have this enemy king position. And I'm initializing that with a 0 because that means the king is far away. And then if the king is not far away, then we're going to set a single bit. If the king is not far away, then we we set one bit, and not far away means the opposite of far away. We do it like this. So far away means that at least one delta is larger than 5, I think. Let's see, I have. So this is the difference, +2 in an unsigned int. So this maps to 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Though it's larger than 4, then it's on the left or the right, because all the negative numbers map to very large. Larger than 4, so 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4 is near. And I forgot again what I called it. I think XY deltas. Yeah, XY delta. If XY delta X is larger than 4, or XY delta Y is larger than 4. Let's inverse that, just as I remove the not. That's then or equal 4. And it's unsigned. I want to keep the types the same. So this is an unsigned int, little, and this was already an unsigned int. So now at least we know that we're comparing unsigned stuff here. Is the enemy king on A through P? Then we can calculate the position. So now again, just assign. Anyways, this is 1. I need this thing, but then as a 1, and then shift it. And the shift is, well, depending on the deltas again. How exactly? If I did everything correctly, it is this plus that. And then one of them multiplied with 8, I guess. And I suppose this one. Is that correct? For example, for position A, no, for position L, which is all the way in this corner, L is the least significant bit. Yes, L, the least significant bit, it's here. And L is exactly what we should shift. I can also use L here. Maybe it's... I don't know if it's more clear. Actually, it's probably not. But what is clear is that now this should be 0 for in the case that that it is L. So every time x is increased, I think that delta x delta x is 0 in L, and then 1 for M, etc. Or the xy delta x, 0, 1, 2, 3, yeah. So 0 is those. So we can put here. Let's put the coordinates here. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. It is xy delta x. It kind of gets in the way. And delta y is 0 here, of course, and then it gets larger in the direction of A. Oops. Therefore, if x increases, then like this, then we get to the next bit, next bit, next bit, next bit. That's this. And then we go to j, then y is 1 larger. And then we're on bit 8. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So yes, it is this plus 8 times that. Hey Louis, how is my man? I'm trying to write generating legal king moves in under 100 clock cycles. Otherwise, I might as well read from a table, from RAM. Vacation is good. And why are you tired? Are you sick or have you skipped sleep for a week? Having something, some virus or something can make you tired. You should eat good and especially sleep very good. Otherwise, you need sleep if you're sick. I found that sleep is about the only thing. You're just tired. You're tired from working. Okay. What kind of work? Programming or making some extra money in the local shop? What is it? Oh, good. Good to hear. Tired of programming. Day job? Explain. If I'm not mistaken, you're 14 years old now, right? How can you have a programming day job? Hmm. So how old are you then? I could have sworn that at some point you told me you were 13, like a year ago. Maybe it was a different Louis. Okay, what is next? We have to. Well, at least we have that in common. I would give a right arm to be 13 again. With my whole life ahead, obviously. Yeah. Mr. Anderson. I'm from planet Earth. No, the Netherlands. Well, which is on planet Earth, but yeah, no. I'm getting so old. I used to always answer that as that I'm in a secret moon base. So I was on internet, and anyone asked where are you from or anything like that, then I would tell them, yeah, I live in an underground moon base secret. I'm actually a test tube baby. They do experiments on the moon. And then they cloned, yeah, I don't know how they would have made me, but it was like an artificial kid or boy who was having, what was it? To fabricate it, I guess, to have a very high IQ and telekinesis. So they kept me far away from Earth, and I also was not allowed to use the internet. But they couldn't stop me because I was so smart that they couldn't contain me anymore, really. So I was chatting on the internet. Anyway, well, some people believed it. Well, they doubted, I think, but they were like, really? Yeah. Well, I don't lie. I don't lie often, but if I lie, then it's so fucking clearly blatant lie that I don't feel like lying, because absolutely everyone should understand that it's not true. Man, some people. But it was in the early days of the internet, you could say anything and people would believe it. Now it's the other way around. If you say I'm a woman, then they think you're a man. Stuff like that. Nobody believes anything anymore. Yeah, I don't know what I would do. I think what attracts me most about being 13 again is that I have this feeling that everyone considers you to be cute still. You're not a child enough to be stupid and insecure. I could be pretty secure already at 13. But you can't do much wrong, right? I mean, if you do shoplifting at 13, then they lift a finger and say, "Don't do it again." And if you would do that, I never stole, by the way, never shoplifted, but just as an example, if you shoplift at 34, then you're they put you in jail. Nobody's going to smile at you or be nice. See, the children are treated so differently. That's why I yearn to be that age again. Just basically everyone likes you. So yeah, I think if I woke up and I was 13 again, and I would probably be wanting to exploit it a lot. If you get what I mean, like, yeah, I don't know, not doing all kinds of criminal things or even naughty things, but still, I, it's just what I miss. That's the reason that I have had that my whole life. I just miss my youth, and then at some point you will never get over it. I think the reason in most cases, and definitely also in my case, I think is that I missed the part of my youth. When I was 13, all I did was electronics, programming, and mathematics, and I was completely alone in my room all the time, just like now. Well, now I have the internet, and for a long time I was a radio pirate, so I built a transmitter when I think I started at 15, so actually the late teens I had at least social contacts, yeah, over the radio, which would help my autistic me, because then I could concentrate uh, purely on the verbal communication, and yeah, I was sitting in front of my microphone, my eyes closed, deeply concentrated on formulating normal sentences, and I think it repaired a big part of my autism. I think that I was able to, um, yeah, finally get say social interactions at all with people, because the only thing I was using was a microphone. And then after that, I became better at in real life as well. I mean, at some point you need everything, right? Real time and facial expressions, and if you talk to someone and you suddenly a pause, then the pause can become awkward. Well, that's not the case if you're using a microphone. It can be just a pause because, I don't know, you're doing something and nobody knows what you're doing because they can't see you. Yeah, exactly. So you can do a lot. Sorry, I did read it, but now I react. You can just do a lot more. You could basically walk on the street together with a friend or something and whistle to all the women and girls that you see. Tell them that they are cute and you want to sleep with them. You could do that at 30. Nobody's going to put you in jail. They're, yeah, good times. Everyone would help you. Like I'm going to fitness since a few months now, for the first time in my life. Because I'm laying flat on my back for 14 hours a day. So I thought, well, I'm gonna die like this if I don't do something. Uh, I'm not fat, by the way. I'm 68 kilograms. But at that age and way after that, I had the idea that how someone looks was 100% determined by DNA. So if I would see, what is mager in English? Someone who looks like a skeleton, no muscles, stuff like that. I wouldn't call that slender. Or someone who is very fat, I would think, well, that's how they are. There's nothing they can do about it. But someone who's looking very muscular is only muscular because they work out. Period. And someone who's fat is, well, they would not be fat if they didn't eat as much as they did. Skinny. Thank you. Yeah. Of course, it can be extremely hard for certain people, definitely, to not eat much. But I think that is also something that you learn as a child. If your parents give you all kinds of sweets, all the time, and you can eat whatever you want, then yeah, you become addicted to eating that, and it's going to be impossible to change it again. But if you get the right education, before puberty, it's exactly explained how this works. That I think these days they actually do that. Some countries. My fitness trainer that I have at the moment, he said that he learned it in school, and then he was tasked basically with writing down everything he did eat. So he did measure everything he did eat, and then wrote down how many fat, how many calories, how many what is koolhydraat in English, and how many protein. And he did that for 5 or 7 years, of course. So if that's normal that they teach kids these days, although 17 is already pretty old, actually, I think. You need to know that sooner. Yeah, well, that's Japan has the highest average IQ. It's not that much, but still, I would expect them to do stuff like that. It's something that definitely should be done. Because as a kid, you just don't know. You don't know. It's almost child abuse if a fat kid not raised well. Should avoid that. Exceptions exist. I've been a mentor for youth. I'm good with. I've talked about my autism, but sometimes I wonder if that's really. It was more. I think it's more like a lack of social experience, because I isolated myself, and I isolated myself because peers were just not interesting to talk with. I was too smart. And in the end, you can label that as autism, because that's how I came across, for sure. But it's not a brain dysfunction. I think it's more like just not having the experience, and having a brain that just works so differently from the average population. I give an example. For example, if you understand something and the rest of the group doesn't, then you just can have totally different behavior because of that. So last I think half a year ago, they asked me, God, it's as soon as I don't talk about programming, English is suddenly difficult. So I'm doing some kind of sport where you have balls, and the distance between the balls are important. And at some point, I was tasked, because I'm a perfectionist and I very accurate. So they made me, what is it called, referee, to determine which ball is closest to the white ball if there's a dispute. So if the players think that one ball is closer than the other, or they don't know, they ask me to measure, right? So they say, Carlo, need a measurement, and I come and I measure that with an extreme precision, way more precise than any of the other people would do. But at some point, the balls were positioned. I'll draw it here in ASCII art. So there was one ball here and another ball here, and then the small ball was, say, over here. And they wanted me, and these two balls were even closer than that. Now they wanted me to determine what distance is between this and this. And I said, I don't do that. I will not go in my knee. Well, I didn't say that, but Well, what I said literally, you can't measure that, so it's pointless. And that translates to I'm not gonna go on my knees and do this measurement. And if I know in advance that you just can't see the difference, period. But okay, the point was that what I did see, because I also have an extremely high spatial insight, I did see that it was in fact even the characters are not fine enough. So if you draw if you draw a line from the center of this ball to that ball, and then you draw a line to the middle of that line, perpendicular. I don't know what an English word for that is, so the middle outline, but then in English, then I can see that line, that crosses here, and then this white ball was a little bit above it. I mean, it's like 100% sure. I knew that 100% sure. So if that is the case, then the distance to that one is shorter, based on the fact that I can see visually that this thing is on that side of this perpendicular line here that goes through the middle here. Yes. So they want me to measure, and they say, I'm not going to measure that because you can't measure that. But that ball is closer because you can see that. Now, nobody understood that. Nobody understood it. Even if I explained it, they didn't understand it. And they got mad because they said, well, we ask you to measure, then you have to measure. And then, yeah, that kind of thing. And then, and then after the talk is, of course, that I'm a weird autistic guy. But what really is going on, that they don't have the spatial insight and the intelligence and, I don't know, maybe even mathematics and knowledge to understand that it's pointless. So then someone else who's pretty accurate took over from me, and he kneeled down and he measured this distance and he measured that distance, and he said the distance is equal, as I had predicted. And then they got both 0 points. And I was rolling my eyes. Whatever. But yeah. Okay, so the autistic part then for that is that I should... I doubt... I'm not autistic. I don't believe it really. But the missing social knowledge that I seem to lack is to act in a way that I do not upset people, even in a case like this. So in a case like this, I know things that they don't know. I know it doesn't make any sense to measure it because it will be equal. And then you just have to decide, like, they will react like that, so I have to kneel down and measure it and claim that it is equal or whatever, just so people don't think you're weird. And that I still cannot do. In many cases, I just can't get myself to do stuff like that, because I feel like, yeah, come on, it's just like this. Yeah, you don't, it's not about being right. I understand. Sometimes the behavior of lots of people is determined by unwritten social rules that belong to the not so intelligent people, basically. And I should be able to learn those rules and then behave like that, even though it hurts me in a way sometimes. All that just to explain that I am very good with complex things. So actually I consider myself to be an empath, how do you pronounce that? And I'm good with psychological problems. So I've been a mentor for children that dropped out of school and or are at risk of dropping out of school because of psychological problems, preferably kids that are highly gifted. I mean, say a kid with an IQ of 130 or 40, they they are able to manipulate adults, even a psychologist. But my IQ is higher, so they really like to, talk with me and interact with me, and I understand them because I know a lot of psychological things. So then that in that capacity, I've been a mentor. Now I forgot because my memory is getting worse. Why I started to talk about that? Why did I do that? We talking? Oh yeah, now I know. We were talking about fat. So at some point there was a mentor of a boy of 11. I was mentor of 11 till 13, so for 2 years. And he was fat. And the reason was because he had what is it called? 8 stoornis. So in eating stoornis in English? What the hell is that? I don't know. In eating dysfunction, whatever. So had to literally throw up if he would eat anything but potatoes or bread. So he was only eating koolhydraten, whatever that is in English. Eating disorder. Yeah, thank you, definitely. And they don't want to help kids until they're at least 18. So, but he was eating really wrong, and his mother was trying to help him, but he had divorced parents, and his mother was bipolar. She always made horrible fights with everyone. She got mad at people unreasonably, and the kid had copied that. He was he had such an absolutely horrible behavior at school that he was at risk of being thrown out. So I became the mentor there at their house, and I had absolutely no problems with interacting with both of them. It's neither the mother nor the son. Tried to help them. Yeah, there's some people that just have it very difficult, right? I think his main problem was the lack of a dad. I think, but his main problem was having a problem with authority. So if he would lash out if something happened at school that he considered to be unjust. For example, they were doing sports at the gym, and then halfway the game they would change the rules. But the reason to change the rules was to what is the word? Accommodate another child. Yeah, so say some child had some problems maybe with the game, and normally they would lose a point, but they would make an exception just to make that kid not feel horrible, like it's just a game, and who cares. But in the eyes of this boy that I was the mentor of, that was impossible. You cannot just change the rules in the middle of the game. It's just you don't do that, and then he would get really really mad, stuff like that. And then so I tried to explain how that worked. And that went really far. Oh my god, that went so far. The things he said to the teachers, I can't repeat it. So bad. They would ban me from YouTube. And there was a playing ground there, and then something happened there. So then he would just basically threaten the guy of the playing ground with death. make a gesture or cutting his throat and stuff like that. And he would call the police, and he wouldn't calm down. So policeman or not, they would do the same thing. Just absolutely. And then the weird thing is, if I see that, I understand. I understand the kid. He's not himself, as it were. I mean, he has a psychological problem, and he's acting like that because of explain. Some you can completely understand what's going on in his mind. I do not blame him for it. You have to take him aside and explain, what's happening to him, and why the others are reacting like that, and stuff like that. But the other adults, like the policeman and the guy who was running the playground, they do not understand that. So they react, in my eyes, completely wrong, like banning him from the playground, stuff like that. Yeah, no, he didn't. He didn't need discipline. He needed a good friend that would respect him and explain that it is not in his best interest to have a certain reasoning in his own mind. So I would make up situations in which we would discuss situations in which it normally would go wrong for him, without that it goes wrong, because it's just a fictional story at that point. And then I would explain, the reasoning that would lead to better behavior. He just has to learn it. If you just fair right on emotions, and it's ingrained in your brain to react like that, it just needs therapy. Fatherly discipline, I doubt that would have helped. I don't think that would be the correct approach here. In most cases, the best thing that you can do is earn respect. He respected me so much that at some point I tried to get him mad, just to experience how that is, and that his mother was present, and he did get mad, but he didn't start to scold me, and he just left to his room. And just 10 minutes later, I went there and we settled it. And he said, "You're too sweet to become to get mad at you." It just couldn't. He couldn't get mad at me, which is extremely meaningful, as it were. I can't find the right word. It means a lot that he was thinking about me in that way. And his mother was also very surprised. And she couldn't think of anyone else that would have gotten away with it like that. And then even 10 minutes later already, he was already relaxed again. I got him just, normal again. Yeah, I wouldn't mind to do that again, but in the meantime, I moved and stuff. I'm more or less living in a village now. There's nothing to do here. Certainly not kids with problems that you can help as a volunteer. Let me try to concentrate on my programming. Enemy king position. Okay, we have a mask there with 1 bit set. Now we're going to move the king Doesn't matter which one I pick first, and it's all separate code. So we're going to write code to move there, 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 or there. And we just do that. But it depends again on if it is black or white. I don't want to duplicate that code. Maybe it should remove that K. Let's say I make a KBE. A KBE and a KBC variable. I suddenly feel like the static is just, I don't know, probably nonsense. I think this is an int. A const expression. KBE black king block index, otherwise white king block index, and then the coordinates within that block. Block coordinates. Maybe write a separate template to do this because it's involving yeah, I just need to probably not should not do a field thing here. Like increment, I'm just gonna call it king or something. King X. I'll just pass to move as well. North is Y. Now I suddenly feel like using an array because I don't like using lots of variable names like this. Yes, of course. Linked list, yes. But the linked lists are slow. I'm squeezing out every clock cycle here. And this array is just space on the stack. So it doesn't matter at all if you use variables or an array. It's going to use registers if they are available. It's my hope I have enough registers to do this. Yeah, otherwise places on the stack. And that's level 1 cache. That's fast enough. I think it's more important that I write that I do 4 neighbors in parallel. So the initialization of these 4 things can happen in parallel. So that's with the modern CPUs, it executes stuff in parallel if it is independent. So that's going to be yeah, pretty fast, I think. And I write to the stack here, so it doesn't have to. There's no stack. There's no cache miss. We just are here when you initialize level 1 cache with 4 times the same value, and then immediately work with that. Just fast, you know. Field type. Okay, whatever. It was 0 north. I don't think I need that here. Hopefully, I don't know. Neighbor south. Neighbor west. Let me just try to compile this. Remove all the arrows that I made so far. Use of undeclared identifier XY delta. So how did I call it then? Oh, that changed into encoded. XY delta encoded delta. The yeah, I probably don't use X and Y except as the const expressions in the namespace. I'm gonna move this outside, I think. Increment king does not exist. Okay, so we have to add that now. As a template as well. Ink king to move. Sorry, coordinates was that's just an int. So this is going to increment the X or Y coordinate of the black or white king. The two movies kind of, who cares? I'm just gonna call it color. And we do that as follows. We do if increment field, which is a member function of board as well, taking xy and field type. So xy, comma, the field type, and that returns true upon success, false if it fails. So if we failed, wait a minute. Now if it is success, return true. And what is ft? Calls expression. Field type. I'm gonna call it king block coordinate, I think. Color is black. Then that is the black king block coordinate. Otherwise, it is the white king block coordinate. And it doesn't get a color. Why not? Because it's not a K, it's a C. Right. Yeah, that is a block square. I don't know what the comment means, sir. Probably makes sense. King block coordinate. So this increases the block coordinate of the king of that color, and then X or Y coordinate. And if that succeeds, then we are done. If it fails, then we instead try to increment. Well, we have to increment the same for the king's block index. If that fails, then we failed. And I need a cons expression, field type, KBI, black king BI or white king BI. And since they are cons expressions, I'm going to put them at the top instead of putting them close to where they are being used. Don't ask. I don't have that yet, but okay. So we have an increment and decrement and an reset or zero. I don't know, reset not necessarily zero, right? We'll call it reset anyway. Reset field XY. And then there is success. Totally sucks that I don't have a reset field yet. I think I'm gonna write the increment king. I need another one, the decrement king. Let's write that one first. So decrement field. So let's put the kings here. Increment king. Why wouldn't I do that in line as well? Let's do it in line. Decrement king. Okay, so this is the same, and then we try to step within the current block. That would be a decrement. If that succeeds, it's true. Otherwise, we are at the edge of the current block, and then decrement the block index. That feels it's false. Otherwise, reset the block to 0. No, reset it to the block size, right? Yeah, now the problem with the name. So this is not 0. Names are always so problematic. Let's say reset left, reset right, but it's not left and right. It's sometimes it's up or down. Okay, reset high, low. And I need to write these two as well. What am I doing? Okay, so I think to reset the whole field to low, and this field type is actually not every field, or does that not matter? Let me see what kind of fields we have. The index would be problematic. So this cannot be an index field. But actually it's always one of these two. I think. Yeah. Let's rule these two out. Just not allowed. Static assert. ft is unequal blacking block index, and field type is unequal the white king block index. This function doesn't work for block indexes. I can reset the whole block index to 0. It would be pointless. But we request to set coordinate x or y. The other fields have a separate mask for x and y. So then the field type also determines the x or y coordinate. So it just need the field spec mask. Inverted and then ended, and then it's reset to 0. Or then the field spec mask is that, right? It's a const expression. So this is an integer literal const expression. So this also it's a single assembly instruction, which is doing an end with some constant to reset to reset the value. And I think that we have to start with the exact same thing here. Now it's all 0, and then we have to do an OR with the value that we want to get into it. And that is then the fs limit, I think. Let's see, field spec. The limit is the largest allowed value of this field, using the same bits as a mask. So, and this one is ruled out, so it is this, the largest allowed value. And I think that is what I want to get into, put into it. Yep. Yeah, this should work. No, try to compile it again. No viable overloaded assignment. No candidate function not viable. No known conversion from standard array board 4 to encoded type. Yeah, haha. We can't do this yet. Okay, it compiles. So continue. So now we step in all 4 directions. And then the question is, in each case, was it success? And if it was success, then I still have to check the hook things as well. I made a mask. Okay, let's say we're going to add, I'm going to rename this to blocked positions. And I'm going to add the positions that the white hook is blocking then. But once that is working, we can now see if we moved one of those 4 to a position that was blocked. So I can do if neighbor north no, that is the result. Blocked positions and so that is stepping north. I want to know if that was allowed, and that means if we are allowed to go here, and we are allowed to go here. Oh, is that working? Damn it, no, it changed again. I have a king. I have a bit set here. Maybe I should. I don't want to make it even larger actually. It would be nice if the king would just block out like 9 bits or 8. And we shift that around. And then I can do the hook separately. It's kind of a local bit board thing. I do have the room for that. Huh? Can just tag on one here and one there. So if the king is here, then set bits, all these bits. I think that's how I should do it, yeah. Mother. Let's think. How do we do that? can do that. I just move the K. K is in the center. And we want to add 2 more columns like this. And then this line should be here. Let me swap these two. I lost my J then. Well, we'll see. I should have deleted it. No, I don't know. B, G. Yeah, and they have to make it 8 by 8, so this is 7. So let's extend it on this side, why not? Control V. Y, P, and then I'm gonna make it and now it becomes so large that it doesn't really fit anymore. So I probably should remove all the lines. It's like way too big. I don't need anything else in it, I think. Probably not. Yeah, or like that, of course. But no. So the encoded XY is still the same, of course. The -2 maps to 0 and so on. And this is still the mirrored thing. So this becomes a single 0 here. So this must be removed. We put it here. And then one line must go down. That seems nonsense because the LSB is there. Yep. So it is like this. Just mirrored in a vertical line. Yep. So now we have a single line of zeros here and here, and a double stuff here. And the most significant bit is then still there. The least significant bit is here, and these line up with the things. So this is like that. But let's see. This one a bit, iron a bit, this on the tops like that. And this is I could use backslash new lines to have this whole thing even look like a board. What the fuck? 2, 4, 6, 8. To these were 5. I confused the syntax highlighter. It doesn't know anymore that the 0b is a binary little. You can put backslash new lines absolutely anywhere. Anywhere. I could put the one here. It's just not there. Ain't that cool? Now the actual L is here. And I want to have all of these things around the L. Be well masked out or whatever. Substitute 0b followed by whatever with 0b backslash. Yes. And then this thing. Right, J. Where's J? J is there, so that is like this one. Second at the end, or rather here. Second. Doesn't look like this is going to work. Why not? The other one should be here. The next one rather. And this one should be here. And here. Gee, no, we don't have enough. In the end, I need everything except one line, so I need 7 lines. I only have 5. So we need 2 lines more. No. What is faster? Doing this like that, or just typing in the regular expression that would handle everything? Probably the latter, but then I have to think too hard. Definitely the latter. Should have used the regular expression. No, okay. No, I doubt that this is L. Actually, it has to be, because, well, this is 0 for L. Yeah, that still works. That still works. How awesome is that? Yes, yeah, absolutely. Okay, so next. Yeah, so now I can add the rook here to. I can add the rook here as well in block squares, and then I can simply do. Oh, yeah, I made a mistake again. It's just unbelievable. What a waste of time. Oh. Yeah, I turned it around. Now block squares is equal to one of these things. So, so I had no need to hard code them. And I have to compare them with a combination of A through P, which then need to be single. And not even that, actually. So what I just did was 100% waste of time, except for the L. Okay, so what I really wanted was if block position and the bit where we get to if we step north. That's what I need. It's the only thing I need. All this nice work. Am I going to have to delete it now? I think I do. Well, maybe not delete, but yeah, this is not the correct pattern. I need single bits. Actually, I don't need L, A through L at all. I need these things where we step through. So we need 8 of them. going to call them. Okay, let's just start with deleting everything. So north is, stepping north means that point. Yes. Yes. That is 3 from there and 4 up. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4 here and 1, 2, 3 here. So this is north. I can block this one as well. I'll call it N actually. N for north. And L is here. Yeah, looks good, right? That is the center. Well, whatever. North. So this was north. Let's call this east. East is actually then there because it was mirrored. It looks like west, but yeah. South and west. Northeast, northwest, southeast and southwest. So if stepping north was not blocked, then add it. They were north. Oh, and they also have to be successful, of course. If they were not successful. Oh, actually, no, that's not true. Well, that is true. They must be successful and not blocked. Yeah. The test on blocked in this case yeah, okay, but that I mean if you put yourself in check, that is not a problem. If you go backwards, that would mean that we just actually stepped out of the check. So blocked positions only needs to get the squares marked that are attacked by the white rook. If 1, black is to move, and 2, we are going into the direction of the children. But okay, I didn't do that at all yet, so there's some piece of code missing here. But I have to keep that in mind, and then that would work, right? Because it's just not blocked in that case. We are allowed to do the move if we are in check, because it's actually a reverse move. So this code is correct. Then if I was not able to step north because there is an edge, then neither northeast nor northwest are options if this fails. So probably should all of that in one block. More like this. So whether or not we are blocked in that direction doesn't matter, because now I am going to step anyway to the left and the right from here to reach northeast and northwest. But if it is not successful, then we stepped off the board. Just repeat what I say here. Now. Okay, so now we stepped here, or we stepped, so there's north, east, south, west. But I also need to go there. So I could just do that from north and south. There's no reason to do it, I don't know, just doesn't matter. So I first go up, and then we are going to attempt to step left and right to get to the corner. Yeah, I'll keep calling it west and east, I suppose. So I'm gonna do Never North. I need a copy though. Yeah. I'm going to assume that the compiler is smart enough to reuse the memory of Never North for this variable, so not really making a copy. That would be just, well, probably not even any clock cycle at all, but it's still, I mean, this is going to be executed in parallel if it would be executed. So it uses 0 clock cycles, but nevertheless, if I make a copy here of Never North into this variable, and I'm not going to use Never North at all anymore after this point. So the compiler should see that and then see that, well, if you're not using this memory anymore anyway, then I might as well make this an alias of that and just, you know, work with the same memory location. But the code becomes more readable because now it has the correct name. If you get what I mean. So now I have to update them. So this means northeast is increment, yeah. Increment king east, so that is the X direction to move that king. And west is decrement X. We can do the exact same thing for south. Except now north is south. Substitute north is south. Doesn't really look nice, does it? Doesn't really look nice. Change north to north underscore. Okay, and then either of these can fail, but because you step off the board again. So I need to keep track of that. That's good. Pull success northeast. What? Bull success northwest. I don't know what happens. Well, I still blame my slow keyboard. So I explained it before, but if I use the shift key and I let go of the shift key, the next character is still using the shift key. So I can't type as fast as I used to. Literally subconsciously wait after I leave the shift key. And like, oh yeah, let go of the shift key, let's wait. Okay, now I can type the next character. And often that goes wrong, obviously. Southwest. And then we need to store that as a move if it is both successful and not blocked. So if success northeast and not blocked squares and northeast, at the neighbor recalculated northeast neighbor. If northwest and not blocked squares northwest, at northwest. Yeah. Southeast and southwest. Let's see if it compiles. Of course it doesn't compile. L has been renamed to blocked by L. Hey, compiles. So I wrote generate king moves. Now I have to test it. How do we test this? By calling it, probably. Am I already calling it or not? Nope. Oh, actually I am. There are neighbors. Yeah, this is calling it. And generate neighbors is not called yet. So let's create a test that calls generate neighbors. I'll generate rook moves here, so we can replace this with, generate neighbors. Generate neighbors takes color to move, the relation and the output array. So you have no n. Neighbors is the output array. Children is the direction. So I need a color direction. Sorry, the relation. So I need a color. Okay, who's to move? Well, that's you, just black. Then it's only going to move the king. And they should just print all of them. Well, that should test it. Might as well use this. This has the king in the corner, so it should generate 3 positions. I'm so curious. I have to compile it and run it. Yeah, immediately. Ah, damn it. Now I have to go to bed and sleep first because it didn't compile. And what is this? N. We don't have N. N is now... N is still N actually. Int. Int N. Invages.2. The black king was in a corner and it can go up or, well, north, northeast and east. Awesome. It just worked. What about that? Well, it put itself in check, but never mind that because I didn't add that code yet. Let's put the king in the corner of a block. I forgot how large my blocks are. So the board is partitioned in blocks in order to make the board really big. Then I only have to load one partition in memory while the king is walking around in that block. Or if it crosses the block, then we have to load 2 blocks. It's in a corner 4 blocks. But hey, I have 1,000 blocks. Well, I'm just kidding. But you get the idea. So yeah, things are difficult near blocks. So how large are blocks? I think my blocks are currently 5 wide and 3 high. So I did remember. No, it's vi size.h. Blocks 3 high and 5 wide. Yes. So let's put the king at 4-2. Yes, that's in the top right corner of the block. That means that trying to step north and trying to step east will fail. Because, well, the block coordinate cannot be increased, and then it will fail, and then it will increase the block index in the same direction. That then also should work, and we have to reset the block coordinate, so it's super different than not stepping over a block boundary. And then that we get that again, so we step north, which is over a block boundary, and then from there we step east again over a block boundary. It's like, wow, super tasty. Okay, so we were at the 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 0, 1, 2. That's where we were, and this is stepping north. That is over a block boundary, and that totally works. Okay, E3 is where we were. E3, so we go north. This is over 2 block boundaries. And E3, okay, that, yeah, we go north and then we go east first and then west. Totally correct, man. And then E3, this is going east. And then E3, and then after east we go south. Really? Yeah, no, what? Yeah, yeah, of course, it rotates around the clock. So we do north and then east, and then, sorry, north and then east, and then south and then west. But after north we do east and west. Now we have south, so next we get southeast, and that failed. Interesting. Southeast, the king should have been here. That's again wrong. I think my code is just wrong. I mean, I typed it wrong basically. Don't think this is a bug. E3, yeah, that's lost west. Okay, so south, southeast and southwest is not working. Yeah. What? East? No, that's correct. Southeast, southeast, southeast. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, there the arrow is. North. This should be south. So okay, so we start with having step south, and then we go increment x and decrement x. I think the rest is good. Good that I tested it. Yep, now it's correct. So this is south, and then this is southeast, and here we have southwest, and then west. Good. And of course, now we're going to test it with the white king next to this thingy here. So we can put the white king on many positions, and unfortunately we have to test all of them. Let's put the king. Let's just do it slow. I'm gonna put the king. So it's at E3, right? I'm gonna put the king here. At C5, that is 0, 1, 2, 2, 4. Yeah. So we put the white king at 2, 4. So we were here. Sorry, E3. Yep, we step north. Yep, we step northeast. We don't step northwest because that's next to the king. That worked. Unbelievable. And then we step this way, and then we step south, southeast, southwest, and west. Yep, 7 moves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One of them was cancelled. I amaze myself. All this coding, how long? 4 hours of coding, and it just works. How do I do it? Okay, let's move the king 1 to that side. And now we should have 6 moves, and we have 6 moves because it is going not up and not there, just going there and there and down, down there, and yep, totally working. Well, why wouldn't it? Right. Okay, opposition. Five moves left. 8 minus 3. We're not going up at all anymore. Can't go here. It's blocked. Instead, we go there and south. Yeah, that worked as well. And then we move the king to 5-4. No, this step has been added. I think every king move is correct. It's only not adding certain things, so I can visually inspect that we're never next to the white king, and then it should be correct. That is faster. I mean, that was the last time I really checked everything. Let's go a little bit faster. So we have to do one more on y is 4. And looks like all legal positions. So very good. And then we put that back at 2 and now at 3. So the king was there, it goes up and to that side, not to the other side, go down there and there. Absolutely correct. I can only go down now, right? No, perfect. Yep. Let's move the whole thing one up, so we step down over the edge, or maybe diagonally add 1 to both coordinates. So now we are at F4, right? Go up, left, right, in every direction. F4, down, and that direction. Yep. Yeah, let's do one more down then. I could do this much faster if I added something to the board that marks a square. If f4 was marked in every position, then it would be way faster to check, right? Now to every down look, where's f4? Go down, that is west. Yeah, it's not going here. Okay. I'm getting bored. Go to king to 4. F4 again. There. There. F4 is there, so we go there and there. What's F4? Okay, wait a minute, now I'm confused. Oh yeah, no? Yeah. So south is not there, but southeast is there. And then we go to west, because south and southwest are not done. And then this is just east, and this was just... no. Where's my west then? Oh, it is here, yeah, the last one. Two, 8, 2, 6, yeah. It's good, okay. I don't think it's possible that that anything breaks after having tested all this, because the way it is coded, it really should work. The only thing we didn't test yet is what happens if you get near the edge at the end. So maybe we should test that. Let's put the king in the upper corner. My board is like, I have no idea, I thought 15 by 21. So I'm gonna put it at the black king at 14,20 all the way in the corner. And let's put this one then at 12, 18 or something. Just, you know, take one more square away for the heck of it. So the departing position is 21, so that's up here, and then we go down, or we go to the left, or we go nowhere else because the king is taking the square away. So that worked as well. Yeah, everything just works, man. I'm not even going to test the white king. Well, there could be a typo, I guess. I have to test the white king as well, right? Just, you know, at least once. Generate neighbors for white. See if it doesn't move the black pieces instead. The king was here, that moves the king up. That is M19. M19. So it goes there. And it goes there. So this did not go here. That is, the king is taking that away. And we go down. And we go there. And we go M19, we go there, M19, and we go there. I think that we have everything, and then the rook was on H2, still on H2 here. M19. Okay, yeah. So the rook goes up from here and further up and further up, up. Till the top, and then we go to the left. Further to the left. Till there, and then we go down, and then we go to the right. Already tested this, so that was already working. Also, if you put the white king in front of it, it just goes till the white king and then stops. But it already worked anyway, so no testing is needed. I think everything works except black should not move itself in check. But it's 10 past 2 a.m., so I'm going to bed, totally. I'll have to do a part where black checks if it puts itself in check tomorrow. And before I go to bed, I have to play a game of chess. No, who dares to play the knight? I don't know, so it is. Yeah, I will have won in 12 moves. Well, actually, what am I saying? 10 moves. Okay. This guy needs time to get his computer set up. The engine, I mean. Takes time, such a thing. Probably developing a rook was better. I don't have a bishop pair, but my king has a much better position. Oh, that was stupid. Yeah, I thought I could do that after defending it with the rook. So I just kind of didn't even think anymore in this position. Damn it, that is a whole piece, right? It's gonna take me anyway. Might as well do it like this. He develops this. Not good. Nah, shitty. Shitty. That was not necessary at all. Move the rook, and at least I get back one pawn, I think. I would lose this one, no. Yeah, it doesn't really matter what he does. I'm gonna go here. Losing my pawn. Or not. I'll try this. Attacking two pawns at the same time. That should give me one pawn. Totally should give one pawn. Except if my rook is here and he gives check. I lose my rook? No, I can go there. I could gamble by putting the bishop here. He's doing it directly. Well, I think I'm gonna go over this one. And then the bishop becomes not as bad. But if I go here, then I can take this pawn, right? The next move. I just can't do that. This might be better than this one. I want a bishop to remain bad. Yeah, if he would exchange the rooks. Oh, he just moves it away. What the fuck? We did win one pawn back. You can't do that much without losing this on. I love your face, Munam Youssef. Oh, we all have those days, like me, for example, often. Pre-move. Could have won a bishop. It's totally going to like that. Okay. Could have won a pawn, I think. Definitely could have done that. I would like to castle or something, but yeah, my bishop. I'm gonna have to defend it. Nobody knows what the queen is doing there. Shall I just kick it? Kick it. Where is it going then? What's the plan of going there? No plan, right? No plan whatsoever. Oh no, I go away. Oh, he's taking it. What an idiot. What an idiot. Ah, come on, that's too bad. Nobody would have not taken that one normally. This is mate taking. The knight can go in between, and that's it, right? And it can go back to king. I could win the queen. I would rather give mate though. Can go here. And the pawn can still go in between. Okay, let's just pick up the queen. I don't see a mate. Threatens mate again though. Threatens mate again. Not really defendable. You can push. No, push pawn is nothing is possible. Can give away the rook, or you can allow to give mate. What? Yeah, I think I'm better developed, but how to continue? So just castle. Give away this pawn. And that was not a good decision. No, because if it takes the pawn, I could have taken the pawn, then my knight was attacked. This was pretty horrible actually. Can still do it. Can still do it. How stupid can someone be? I didn't mind that, having my knight moved with an extra attack here. And now can even have a double attack, right? This is a double attack on here and there. Yeah, you would think that by now I should be able to win this queen. Because where can it go? Well, it can go here, for example. But let's win this one or that one. Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3. Let's win this one. It's mine. It's all mine. Why? What do we have to do here? Well, I can go here and then there. I think. Oh, I can take here. Oops. Yeah. No, even the bishop could take the pawn and then pin the bishop. Could not defend it. No. He did not cheat. Does this make sense? I don't know. I probably should just give check. No. Then I would have taken the bishop. Now what? Just one right. And resign. Well, almost. Still pretty good. I think my rooks are where they belong. I don't have much time left, though. However, as it were. It looks like a winning position. I take here with the free pawn. Yeah, come on, that must be winning. I get this pawn. I have this pawn. That's just 2 pawns and a winning endgame, like totally winning endgame. One, two, three, four, five, six. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's, I don't know what this guy is thinking, but he probably didn't count it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.